need to survive? Can we swim toward one another? Can we act in strength with one another? We do not mean to bite those who strive to feed us. We don't know how to be allowed to eat without also being bitten. And sometimes we are not sure how to tell the difference. How does it feel to move through the water? It seems very deep. Keep swimming. Welcome, brave listeners. This is Intuitive Public Radio. Thank you for your support. The donations you've sent to intuitive.community/donations and to our other contribution platforms have built pages, bought supplies, paid service charges, and gotten core team members through days of suffering, starvation, and life-threatening circumstance. We are creating more and better ways to be in community together. Thank you for being on this mission with us. We are changing our relationships around money and community. If you are able to contribute a few dollars to our efforts, intuitive.community/donations is a list of supportive links where you can pick your favorite way to urge us on. Whether you have dollars or not, let us know how you would like to support us and how we can support you. You can always send us a private note using the button at the bottom right corner of intuitive.pub/helpline. Email helpline@intuitive.pub or email hello@intuitive.social to reach our team members. You can submit suggestions and public notes for broadcast too by visiting intuitive.pub/broadcast or sending us a public voice message by navigating to anchor.fm/intuitive/message. If you haven't found it yet, tune in Intuitive Public TV on YouTube by browsing to intuitive.pub/TV. Our podcast archives at anchor.fm/intuitive or streaming 24/7 from intuitive.pub/radio/stream. And stay tuned. It's about to get groovy. It feels familiar to us, the feeling of striving. We know we're doing our best. We know we've sought to care for others well. We know there are things in this life beyond our control, wet like water. Sometimes unpredictably shifting, sometimes a challenge to move through. We know that identifying those things is tricky. Something we thought we couldn't control might turn out to be just within our purview, as long as we don't try too hard to control it. Some things turn out to be our responsibility to act on, act with. And where we were harmed or controlled, sometimes we only feel better if we harm or control someone or something else. If there's a better alternative than that, sometimes we can't conceptualize it. There is a fluid resistance of floating or drowning, a choice that must be made to survive. Can we swim toward one another? Can we act in strength with one another? We do not mean to bite those who strive to feed us. We don't know how to be allowed to eat without also being bitten. And sometimes we are not sure how to tell the difference. How does it feel to move through the water? It seems very deep. Keep swimming. Welcome, brave listeners. This is Intuitive Public Radio. Thank you for your support. The donations you've sent to intuitive.community/donations and to our other contribution platforms have built pages, bought supplies, paid service charges, and gotten core team members through days of suffering, starvation, and life-threatening circumstance. We are creating more and better ways to be in community together. Thank you for being on this mission with us. We are changing our relationships around money and community. If you are able to contribute a few dollars to our efforts, intuitive.community/donations is a list of supportive links where you can pick your favorite way to urge us on. Whether you have dollars or not, let us know how you would like to support us and how we can support you. You can always send us a private note using the button at the bottom right corner of intuitive.pub/helpline. Email helpline@intuitive.pub or email hello@intuitive.social to reach our team members. You can submit suggestions and public notes for broadcast too by visiting intuitive.pub/broadcast or sending us a public voice message by navigating to anchor.fm/intuitive/message. If you haven't found it yet, tune in Intuitive Public TV on YouTube by browsing to intuitive.pub/TV. Our podcast archives at anchor.fm/intuitive or streaming 24/7 from intuitive.pub/radio/stream. And stay tuned. It's about to get groovy. Welcome, brave listeners. This is Intuitive Public Radio. Thank you for your support. The donations you've sent to intuitive.community/donations and to our other contribution platforms have built pages, bought supplies, paid service charges, and gotten core team members through days of suffering, starvation, and life-threatening circumstance. We are creating more and better ways to be in community together. Thank you for being on this mission with us. We are changing our relationships around money and community. If you are able to contribute a few dollars to our efforts, intuitive.community/donations is a list of supportive links where you can pick your favorite way to urge us on. Whether you have dollars or not, let us know how you would like to support us and how we can support you. You can always send us a private note using the button at the bottom right corner of intuitive.pub/helpline. Email helpline@intuitive.pub or Email hello@intuitive.social to reach our team members. You can submit suggestions and public notes for broadcast too by visiting intuitive.pub/broadcast or sending us a public voice message by navigating to anchor.fm/intuitive/message. If you haven't found it yet, tune in Intuitive Public TV on YouTube by browsing to intuitive.pub/TV. Our podcast archives at anchor.fm/intuitive or streaming 24/7 from intuitive.pub/radio/stream. And stay tuned. It's about to get groovy. IPR is brought to you this very moment by Intuitive Social Kitchen. Wartime medicinal kitchens save the lives of environmental disaster survivors every day. We're building inclusive, accessible, intuitive, community-serving medicinal kitchens based on the emergent specifications shared by members of our communities. With the help of Intuitive Public Radio, we are bringing this resource to your neighborhood, asking you and the people you care about what makes your lives better, what foods heal your family, and what you need in your kitchens. Hungry? Feel like you need to say something? You are invited. Join our kitchen conversation by tempting your browser toward intuitive.social/kitchen and this message on Telegram Messenger, t.me/intuitive social kitchen/603. We are also brought to you by the Coalition to End Forced Psychiatric Drugging. Members of Intuitive Community wish to express our support for Jill Kesty, creator of the Coalition to End Forced Psychiatric Drugging, for the life-saving work she has done in compiling this resource. Jill is an amazing woman in Michigan building awareness of forced psychiatry and its human rights abuses through her graphic design work. Please visit the coalition on Facebook at facebook.com/SisuCreative23, SISU Creative 23, all one word, and on Patreon at patreon.com/Jill Kesty, JILLKESTI. Find more links to the Coalition to End Forced Psychiatric Drugging in our latest post at intuitive.pub/radio. Jill is working to fund a coalition of psychiatric survivors in a class action lawsuit, research and create a medication-free long-term support center, heal holistically and naturally, and help people fix this planet. You can make a one-time donation to her coalition work via paypal.me/CTEFPD, or to support her personal well-being via paypal.me/Jill Kesty. If you have also benefited from the Coalition to End Forced Psychiatric Drugging, please share Jill's links and contribute your positive reviews to her Facebook page, facebook.com/SisuCreative23. Here's one more. This program is brought to you by courageous hearts still beating, lungs bravely breathing, and the soul of wisdom in compassion that lives in each of us. Care for your fellow living beings. Listen to their songs closely. Sing your own song fearlessly, and tune your radios to the melody of Intuitive Community. Essentially, we are brought to one another by one another. When we show up to say how we are supported and how we choose to support others, we make more privilege in community for everybody. If you have felt a compulsion to stay in hiding, you're not the only one. All the fresh new talk of quarantines brings a new spin to it. But we have ways of reaching out to touch one another with our voices. My instrument resonates to communicate with you. Your transceivers vibrate at the frequencies you're receiving. Our bodies seem separate, but we're connected. We're making music together by caring about each other. We can protect ourselves and also get what we need. We can ensure one another's safety, privacy, and healthy interconnectivity. We can travel, in fact, without leaving the house. It's a new day. Who do you want to help? I'm grateful to a lot of people who found a way to show up when it seemed showing up would have to kill their living bodies. I'm grateful for resources I found when there was no other information to save me. Survivors building websites with their last and desperate and slimmest capacity. I learned a lot about marketing and advertising once upon a time, but it was toothless from missing too much of the invisible, struggling to create value without recognizing value. So much of the focus is drawn by money, but we focus more effectively when we listen intuitively in community. Something is happening to you invisibly. And it might be the very most important thing. Thank you for listening to this program. If you liked it, please drop a couple of dollars to us via this page, intuitive.community/donations, or send us a public note to tell us how you felt about it, anchor.fm/intuitive/message or intuitive.pub/broadcast. You can get in touch with our team by reaching out to intuitive.pub/helpline or emailing us at hello@intuitive.social. You are a good person who deserves for good things to happen. Please accept our wishes for nourishment and well-being from all of us in this intuitive community. So let's see. If your neurons and your memory and your ability to do things neurologically keeps getting wiped out by physical trauma you're experiencing, and you don't remember how to be a person, and you have to struggle to rebuild it and remember how to do it. It is like you're dead over and over and over again, especially when what is happening to you is
denied by your environment due to lack of basic resources and severe disability in families and communities. I have been dying over and over again, mitigated freakishly by all of this documentation that strings together for us what would otherwise be unrecoverable. So here's where I couldn't remember how to make myself food, and here's where I couldn't remember how to digest it, and here's how I couldn't remember how to move my legs in such a way to allow me to walk across a room. And here's what it feels like to have to rebuild the neurology of something like that over and over and over again for some astonishing reasons. Current mode of extreme survival can be a positive experience. Any positive aspects of it cannot make up for the wastefulness and needlessness of so many people having this kind of experience. While in recent months my digestion was non-functional and I was starving to death for some number of days, weeks, it was days or weeks. What was the months part? I'm still recovering pieces. A lot of things in the world have been changing, and I'm exploring here to discover what is my new verbiage. Because words are really different. Verbiage, foliage. So me and my foliage have inboxes and message notification folders full of strangers invested in conversations with me that I don't remember because they didn't notice that I was dying. So that's an experience to have. And there isn't really brain function to go around, but I know where leaps are possible. There are a number of people I would really like to be back in touch with. And
it's very difficult for me to rebuild that neurology without helpful contact. All are invited to send me supportive messages that help revive my verbal functions. These latest experiments in radio broadcasting have been the answers to question marks about what was possible with this human meat body and my cyborg computing technology and the conceptual, experiential radio body. But make no mistake, I am remembering all of these things fresh as I share them. This feels to me like waking up suddenly in the world in the midst of skiing down a very steep mountain. I don't know what to make of the landscape I have in front of me. And I don't have to figure it out. I decided that if I was alive in these circumstances, then the thing to do would be to make myself as safe as possible, as immediately as possible. And being able to put energy expenditure into radio broadcasting, into outreach of whatever kind. I'm not going to try to use words. I can do that. I just can't talk one-on-one with people if I'm going to do that. I wish I could draw for you maps of the neurons in my brain, and maybe I will. I have been regaining the capacity to use paper and ink, which is really nice for me. Imagine a complex network of so many tiny neurons all interconnected in webs. You've seen them on the internet. And then imagine that electricity isn't flowing through that complex network to the extent that portions of the network can be smoothly activated and deactivated, like driving a car in a smooth and predictable way. And because of the interruptions in electricity and the various problems happening in that network, a lot of those problems having to do with electricity, portions of the network can power up, but then they sputter out. And if one sputters out, then there are these others that can be functional for a very brief amount of time. Brain damage is interesting. I'd like to talk about it with more others under circumstances where we are not all of us, well, yeah, my words are changing. They're changing big time. My intent is to communicate from these platforms in a way that ensures better safety for me, with the knowledge that many people won't know why they're not hearing from me privately. If you have reached out to me privately, I would like to respond to you. The help I need in order to do that is repeated supportive messages. I don't know how long it will take to regain those functions. I have been through the process of regaining them over and over again, over and over and over and over and over again. So there is no doubt in my mind that the thing can be done and it will happen. But I don't think we know how this landscape is going to shift in coming days and weeks and months. Some interesting things are happening. So I wake up and I'm skiing down the mountain, and it is terribly steep. It is a kind of steepness I wonder sometimes if one can only experience in dreams. And over and over, the material of the universe shorts out, sputters in the electricity. And the experience of the world shorts and sparks over and over again, interrupting everything. So the vehicle you'd like to drive intentionally and smoothly stops and starts and runs into things, jerks when it stops, jerks when it gets going, and it's not drivable that way. I was in Wales, staying in Ebbw Vale in 2010, and my host took a few of us up this very tall hill, and then it wasn't a hill at all. It was a mountain for sure. And the roads around the sides of this mountain were very small and very steep, and he drove very, very fast. And it was an awesome adventure. There were some impromptu hikes, climbing up and down hills that were big as mountains, that weren't really the mountains in Wales, but for me, they were mountainous enough. Today, I listened to Terry Walls on Mark Hyman's podcast called Pharmacy with an F, like farms. And as she described her experience of multiple sclerosis and of the new discernments and decisions she had to make in order to recover her function, going from being in a wheelchair to being able to bike distances. How we move and how we think about moving. How we fuel our physical vehicles has so much to do with the flow of electricity and how we can use that electricity. Most effectively on behalf of nourishment and safety. The kind of one-on-one communications I need now are the kind that recover my fundamental safety. And that means that if I talk with someone one-on-one and go through that invisible experience where people do not remember that there is a lot of pain, there are a lot of ramifications for me challenging myself in that way to have a one-on-one conversation. I think almost any way that can happen, if it is being recorded for broadcast, if we are having a conversation with the intent to share pieces of it, if we are having the conversation in a way that supports my neurological reality and the neurological reality of a lot of other people who I notice are not as mouthy as I am today, that allows me to rebuild neurological capacity. And I wrote a letter to someone that described it very well. And what I notice as I make audios through this, that we have this pieced together system we have built to make it possible to broadcast to the radio. But when I am struggling to use it in non-ideal conditions, it's taking away a huge amount of the physical energy and stamina that I need to apply to other life-saving approaches to various situations. I'm joyfully astonished at how well I was able to pick up the radio body. When I picked it up, I guess that was yesterday. There are a lot of wonderful surprises as part of this process. But holding the device close enough to my head to record is very painful, and it wipes me out over and over again. And it's a real struggle to keep communicating. But it is better for me to be able to communicate the public radio way and invite people to participate and do my best to explain to anyone who is listening how my safety and the safety of many others is so much more supported if we are focusing on having these necessary conversations as public radio conversations. Oh, wow, this is very painful. Okay, so as painful as it is, and with a recent intuitive.social/hello/Max. It feels unsettling to me to be saying the same things I was saying on rotation before, primarily because I'm holding devices closer to my body to send messages. So there is a very clear difference between using the radio body in the ways I can now to communicate with others, to regain community, to regain kinds of safety. And it's also very clear that I must not allow that kind of compromise in my function. So, is there a way to transceive messages using the radio body, sending my own messages without compromising my physical safety? There is, but interestingly, right before it became apparent that I really needed to set down answers to these question marks, I lost a bunch of function and I lost a bunch of routines that had been assuring me of that kind of connectivity. I was able to do much better shortly before I really needed to broadcast. I really needed to find out what resources are available to me after the things that have happened here. So it's important to me not to go through the same motions. I am cut off from most of the people that I was in touch with privately before. So I had lots of one-on-one conversations before. And most of those conversations were with people who did not understand the consequences of me making a mistake amidst any of this, and did not, oh, well, I think most of them are not really in a position to understand why our conversations would be limited or stopped. I know that some of them may be making assumptions that I don't want to talk to them, and there doesn't seem to be anything that I can do about that, because so many people are confused about what's happening right in their midst, in their communities, because they don't know the language that survivors of severity speak. So I don't want to use adrenaline to communicate with the radio body. I don't want to tax my physical human body in order to make good things happen. Because if I am struggling to prioritize my meditative practice, to prioritize sitting in silence, to prioritize absorbing, listening to, possibly watching, definitely reading people's messages to the extent that I can. For the most part, I must not open messages from other people unless I think I'm ready to respond to them. Because if I open them and don't respond to them, there's a decent chance that I will lose those messages. I won't be able to find them in the technology or in my brain again. And I don't want that to happen. So I have to be very careful how I choose to proceed. If individuals or groups, it works with newsletters too. If individuals send me additional caring messages, maybe a second follow-up, maybe a third follow-up, that assuredly helps to revive my neurological function. If I am broadcasting on the radio with others, this whole landscape is completely different. If I am working on public audio programming with others, my ability to do all of this changes for the better significantly. We were searching for enough people who could recognize that leverage, not just for me, but for others. And it's interesting the things that have happened since then. And I guess I'm not yet in a position to verbalize them, but I am paying attention. It feels familiar to us, the feeling of striving. We know we're doing our best. We know we've sought to care for others well. We know there are things in this life beyond our control, wet like water, sometimes unpredictably shifting, sometimes a challenge to move through. We know that identifying those things is tricky. Something we thought we couldn't control might turn out to be just within our purview, as long as we don't try too hard to control it. Some things turn out to be our responsibility to act on, act with. And where we were harmed or controlled, sometimes we only feel better if we harm or control someone or something else. If there's a better alternative than that, sometimes we can't conceptualize it. There is a fluid resistance of floating or drowning, a choice that must be made to survive. Can we swim toward one another? Can we act in strength with one another? We do not mean to bite those who strive to feed us. We don't know how to be allowed to eat without also being bitten. And sometimes we are not sure how to tell the difference. How does it feel to move through the water? It seems very deep. Keep swimming. Welcome, brave listeners. This is Intuitive Public Radio. Thank you for your support. The donations you've sent to intuitive.community/donations and to our other contribution platforms have built pages, bought supplies, paid service charges, and gotten core team members through days of suffering, starvation, and life-threatening circumstance. We are creating more and better ways to be in community together. Thank you for being on this mission with us.
So, for instance, what do you feel should happen when people disagree with one another? What is our scenario?
What would happen when people disagree with one another? I think what would happen next is conversation. There is a beautiful section in the very beginning of Ignatius of Loyola's spiritual exercises, where he says that believing people should have a positive attitude toward each other. And if one of them says something that seems strange, then the person should ask, could the person better explain it so that the first person would understand? And then hopefully they would work out their misunderstanding, which could be just a matter of words. But if it still can't get clear, then he suggests getting a couple of friends and saying, we're trying to talk about this and we're having trouble understanding. Can you help us? And the friends would try to do that. And then if there is still some misunderstanding, we'd say, well, let's go to a teacher, or let's go to a wise person. Let's go to somebody that maybe we don't know personally, but is very good at giving answers. And if still it got to be a difference, and it could be a serious difference, it could even even be, we say, well, we feel we need to go officially to the court and to ask the judge to listen to our case and tell us what he thinks is the right answer, and we will be willing to go with whatever that answer is. So that's a way of saying that communication is very important for bringing people in contact with each other, and that the hope is that goodwill people can explain themselves to each other and remain friends, and in fact, better friends. So that's one answer I would have for what happens when there is a difference of opinion.
I really like the subject of conflict resolution, but I like approaching it from a standpoint where perhaps we don't need to end up in the conflict first and then resolve it. Perhaps there are ways of getting ahead of conflict by having better conversations in communities. And one resource that I was stunned by in a very good way is from a man whose name is Thich Nhat Hanh.
Could you say the name again, please?
His name is Thich Nhat Hanh, and he lives in a place called Plum Village, which I think is in Vietnam, and he is a Buddhist monk.
Okay.
And I don't know a lot about it, but there is this place called Plum Village, and monks live there, and people go there for mindfulness retreats. And they do lots of other things, but they have a document on the internet that I have found a few times that is a conflict resolution in community document. And what they describe that was so resonant for me when I discovered it, I think it was 2014 or something. It describes how two individuals who have a conflict join the whole community in the same space, and each one of them speaks to the community, and the community is not judging them. The community isn't there to pass judgment on them. The community is there to support and love both of them and listen and understand what each of them has experienced, so that it can be possible to have a supportive conversation about it rather than a worse conflict, or maybe rather than a conflict at all. I don't, the way I'm using the word conflict is scrambling my brain a little bit. I really thought that was amazing when I found it, but when I looked for other instances of that in the world, I couldn't find them. It seemed like people weren't doing that kind of thing. They were fighting instead. And the only other major resource that I found that was kind of like that was by a woman in Chicago who writes about transformational justice. Her name is Mariam Kaba. And I had not heard someone speak extensively about transformational justice before, but it seems to me very similar to that very compassionate Plum Village approach in certain ways. I wonder if you have thoughts on those things.
Yeah, I do. I guess there would be two main thoughts. One would be
Communal?
It is communal discernment.
Communal. How do you spell communal?
Well, it means community-based.
So communal, communal?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I misheard you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
No,
please continue.
You pronounced it communal, and I pronounced it communal.
Communal.
Yeah.
So the words were communal discernment, did you say?
Yes. Yes. And what it is a decision that a group has to make, and rather than getting into an argument about it, they agree that they will just ask a series of questions and try gradually to come to a clarity based on the agreement, not of the majority, if you will, but and not in the sense of a vote like 5-4, but a thorough approach in peace and clarity about the question, so that they would come gradually to a common answer. Now, the question that they ask is not so much what is it that I want our answer to be, but what do I think God wants our answer to be? And it takes it from the realm of particular interests to a more global, more thorough and integrated answer to what the group is looking for. So it's a common sharing, not to push my position, but to listen together to what is the greater good, what is the more integrated, the more peace-bringing decision. But that's the first piece I would say. And the second one would be more an answer or comparing two reactions to this virus that we are all dealing with.
The coronavirus, excuse me, the novel coronavirus.
And the first one is the report that in Atlanta, Georgia, there have been 3 times the number of weapons sold than is usually the case.
Because of the coronavirus? Is that what you're saying? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. The second answer is that when people and I'm not sure what city it was, what neighborhood of the city, but people were told that they were supposed to stay in their homes as much as possible. A young lady, I think she was in her mid to late 20s, announced that she had a car and that she would be willing, if people needed things, food, support at the store, or that she would be willing to go to the store for them and purchase the material and bring it back so people could pay them for what it was that the person who could not get out of the house, like an older person without an automobile,
Yeah.
would be able to be helped. And when that announcement got around, there were about a dozen other people that said, yeah, I could help that way too. So my second response is, in terms of not getting into using a weapon to take food from other people, but to use an automobile and time and goodwill to reach out and help the person as a sign of a living and life-giving community relationship. They are my two answers as I understood your question. Thanks.
There are these different ways for us to think about the options we have. I can think of other reasons that people would be buying guns. Like if they thought they may need to hunt for their own food, if they thought they may need to protect themselves from people trying to steal what they have.
Yeah.
It can be very fearful what people are dealing with right now.
Yeah, but that's, as we look at it, that seems to be the reaction of many people to, we get whatever it is we want, and we don't care about other people. In fact, we are willing to make them afraid of us so that we can get all the more what we want.
Yeah. It seems to me that that happens when people feel that someone more powerful than them is behaving that way towards them. And so they are protecting themselves by being willing to do those things also. And please go on. I'm interested in what you think about it.
Well, see, I think it's not so much the weaker person trying to protect herself as much as it is the stronger person becoming more strong against the weaker person. That it's a push for power that people want to exercise in times of difficulty and confusion and difference and argumentation.
Well, it's a terrible feeling to feel like something outside you has power to not care about you or to make you suffer, and then the person decides to try and have power themselves. I think we've had the conversation before about power over versus power with, power over one another or power with one another, power in strength with one another.
Yeah, and the idea is not to exercise power as a threat, but to exercise power as a gift.
Oh, I'm sorry. That made me exclaim because I don't think we've talked about it in that way before, and I appreciate that a lot. Power as a gift, I think, is a wonderful phrase.
Yeah, well, if we go back to the young lady with the automobile offering to the power she has for the well-being of other people, I think that's what she is doing, making a gift of her power, and in doing so, extending the community, and therefore multiplying the gift. And that would be the other people that say, well, I live in a neighborhood with a lot of poor and elderly and sick people who cannot get to the store to get what they need. I will be glad to do that. So there's more energy and more presence, more power in that community as a result.
When we talk about power as a gift, you know what I think of?
Tell me.
Our conversation about baking bread. That's what I think of, because all of the tiny little microbes in the sourdough, they help the bread be most nourishing. They help the nutrients be most bioavailable to the body. And so baking bread is the bread itself is a collective organism made up of so many tiny little microbes that make the bread most nourishing to a person. And there is a power in it, and there is a gift in it, and it feels like for me it feels like a better version of what, when I was a kid, I would think of as a power plant, an electrical plant, like Austin City, but what is it? I can't remember what it was called in Austin City Electric, or it was something like that. I can't remember. But when I think about power as a gift, I think about collective life energy that brings more, well, maybe I will say more than seems the sum of its parts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what you make me think of when you bring the subject of bread up is a observation by a man who traveled very frequently to Soviet Russia from Canada, well, no, from the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that every time he came into Moscow and got off the airplane, he felt as if he was coming into a house where bread was being baked as compared to where he had left in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the contact with the ordinary people that he met was more like that mutual sharing of concern that you speak about in a power plant or in the baking of bread. Again, it's the question of the greater good. I am not looking just for my own selfish interests, but trying to live in a way that would make room for other people. Not that I would have less, but that all of us would have more. We would have each other's goodwill.
Between I have to and I can't, there is at least a third possibility. Perhaps we could call it I know how. We could call it known and trusted function. In the midst of I can't, to many of us, it seems clear why the can't. We know we can't, we say we can't, we struggle to achieve, but we fail predictably. In the midst of I have to, there's a tremendous amount of energy that goes into believing the opposite of what I can't proposes. So much energy and movement, a great need to lift the body, to urge it to action. It is sometimes like being held in place by one foot pressing the brake pedal to the floorboards, while then revving the engine and spinning up all systems by flooring the gas pedal too. What is known and trusted function? When do we say with calm and confidence, I know how? Right before we succeed, surely more likely. How many wonderful ways do I simply know how to succeed? How many known and trusted functions do I have easily available to me? Homelessness on the West Coast is rising to crisis levels at a time of historic economic growth and prosperity. Why? KNKX Public Radio and the Seattle Times Project Homeless spent 1 year in a city that's grappling with homelessness. Project Homeless is a Seattle Times initiative that explores and explains the region's complex, troubling problem of homelessness. I've been listening to the Outsiders podcast. Without housing, just 50% were able to generate any income. 1 year after move-in, they're up to 82%. And after an average length of 7 years of homelessness, 94% of the original tenants retained their housing after 18 months, with a 99% rent collection rate. Headline: study reveals it costs less to give the homeless housing than to leave them on the street. Thank you, Tom McKay. This article can be found at mic.com, mic.com. March 26th, 2014. The following highlighted excerpts from Paul Levy's article, Coronavirus Contains Its Own Medicine, at awakeninthedream.com. To see through the illusion of the separate self is at the same time to take away the power that fear has over us, as well as to empower ourselves. For the experience of separation and fear of the other mutually co-arise, reciprocally reinforcing each other. Genuine compassion, which strengthens the immune system, is the result of this realization. It is of the utmost significance, however, that the coronavirus is a quantum phenomenon, in that it contains within itself both death-creating poison as well as its own medicine. Encoded in the virus is its own vaccine, as interdependently connected cells in a greater living organism. Each of us is being demanded by the coronavirus to realize how we can synergistically cooperate together so as to resist and overcome its invasion. We will be complicit in creating a tragedy of historic proportions if we miss the hidden golden opportunity that is encoded within the coronavirus pandemic. The coronavirus is helping us realize who we are relative to each other, one human family, thereby inspiring us to come together as one. This is the gift concealed within the disease that not only helps us to heal the disease, but heals us as well. Read this whole article at Paul's website, awakeninthedream.com. There are two great excerpts here that I won't read, but I'll tell you about. One of them is Wim Hof on Skavlan, and it was a wonderful conversation. The other is The Future of Bread Lies in Its Past on YouTube, which was posted by the Paratos group about bread being a staple in the human diet for thousands of years, except we made it differently long ago, and that way is coming back to us now. I really enjoy the sourdough library videos very much. Here's a long excerpt that I'm going to read to you in its entirety. There's a lot more at the page at heartmath.org. They sent this newsletter out, and the whole thing is wonderful, and I hope you will visit them and read the rest. In the meantime, I'll read to you what I particularly highlighted. Welcome to a special care focus regarding the coronavirus, a technique for reducing and overcoming fear. In order for everyone around the world to participate in a synchronized care focus beginning Wednesday, March 18th, that's today, we have chosen 3 convenient times, 4 a.m., 12 p.m., noon, and 8 p.m., all Pacific time, GMT, UTC, -7 hours. Please join with others on the Global Coherence app or the Global Care Room. We will do this every Wednesday until the coronavirus pandemic subsides. Thank you for joining with us. At times, we send a special care focus to help lift the energetic field when a global event creates disruption and fear throughout the planet. As the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic expands its footprint in over 100 countries, it's obvious that fear and anxiety from uncertainty is robustly on the increase. The care focus below is to compassionately help transform the intensity of personal fear into a more grounded attitude and feeling of managed concern, which, unlike fear, connects us more deeply with our heart's intuitive discernment. This provides clearer thinking, effective discernment, and much better choices through times of uncertainty and rapid changes. Many people have benefited from this practice because they are simply tired of fear repressing the power and strength of who they really are. We know that fear can serve a purpose to help us take precautionary measures, yet sustained, high-amped fear can deteriorate 2 most important purposes: maintaining health and clarity in our reasoning. Research has shown that balancing the energetic nature of our mind and emotions while practicing compassionate care for ourselves and others enhances the immune system. However, excessive worry, anxiety, or fear compromises the immune system and much more, making us increasingly susceptible to viruses and disease. Fear disempowers us, whereas the attitude of managed concern leaves us more in charge of our mental and emotional nature and creates easier access to our intuitive guidance and highest choices. Fear disrupts this connection, especially when we need it the most for grounded direction. As we watch the news reports, it's effective to practice listening from the attitude of managed concern to reduce the fear effect. Be patient with yourself. Any progress when dealing with fear is a lot of progress. Managed concern is a mental and emotional state that can leave us informed but not infected and debilitated by the emotional virus of fear momentums. The care focus practice below on the page at the link on heartmath.org, which I will include, can help us progressively become more empowered and confident when challenged by fear and intense anxiety. Don't give up. In the beginning, it can seem more challenging. Put your heart into it and you will see results. Self-compassion and patience quicken our progress in fear maintenance. Radiating compassionate care to yourself and others helps to calm the ramped up mental and emotional energy which drives fear momentums beyond what seems manageable. We can change these behavior imprints. We can use this virus as a practice opportunity to finally gain our power back by reducing our fear to managed concern, which connects us with intelligent choices and actions. Managed concern is a health-conscious replacement for fear. Please do read the rest at heartmath.org. I must make a brief comment about the wonderful relationship between a discussion of managed concern and a discussion of a positive, strength-building emergency mode, as Dr. Margaret Klein Solomon, I hope I have her name right, wrote this wonderful article about emergency mode that I went looking for, and I thought I had created videos of, but I couldn't find it. I'm pretty sure that happened. I think I got her name right. In the Extinction Rebellion community, at least in certain portions of the Extinction Rebellion community, people are talking about the positive emergency mode that would be more productive for us to experience together. And managed concern reminds me in very nourishing ways of that. Echo Park Lake in Los Angeles, California, is the center of a homelessness and housing crisis that affects all of us. This podcast, called We the Unhoused by Theo Henderson, is covering crucial events for your safety and awareness. No matter your location, please give Theo Henderson your support, share these links, and follow this podcast closely. I listened to episode 11 today. It was from February 26th, 2020, so I'm not even caught up from the last few weeks. At the end of each episode, Mr. Henderson says, "May we again meet in the light of understanding." Thank you, Mr. Henderson. I'm going to read you the description of this podcast. Quote, "We the Unhoused is a podcast that lifts the voices and struggles of the unhoused in LA and beyond. Host Theo Henderson is currently unhoused and resides in Chinatown, Los Angeles. He tackles issues such as police brutality, harassment, policy, and the survival challenges of unhoused people. Through a series of interviews, we will discuss issues that are germane to unhoused people, like the cost of living, gentrification, health struggles, harm reduction, and trauma-informed care. The revolution will be heard on this podcast. Tune in each week to be a part of it. You can find a lot more at these links wetheunhoused.libsyn.com/website. That's LIBSYN, and I'll include the link so you can click on it. Theo Henderson can be found on Twitter at twitter.com/wetheunhoused. Thank you for supporting our friends and neighbors at this astonishing time. Visit intuitive.pub/radio for links we've mentioned and collected.
So for instance, what do you feel should happen when people disagree?
This is Max Morris with Intuitive Public Radio. I am broadcasting from unceded Haudenosaunee territory, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and planet Earth, with respect and love for our Indigenous peoples. Send me links and notes to raise on the air by emailing public@intuitive.pub. Send a note from our page at intuitive.pub/broadcast, or record a voice message at anchor.fm/intuitive/message. Contact me privately by emailing max@intuitive.pub or visiting intuitive.social/hello/max. Today is March 26th, 2020. These are our latest compiled links and excerpts, which you can find made of text you can click on by pointing your browser to intuitive.pub/radio. Find full transcripts at intuitive.pub/text. Please visit, explore, and support these efforts, communities, authors, and creators. Before we move on to the rest of our items, I want to call out for Theo Henderson, who produces We the Unhoused on Anchor FM and favorite podcast platforms everywhere, like Spotify and Apple Podcasts. In fact, would you please take a minute to help Theo out by favoriting and rating We the Unhoused on Apple Podcasts? It will really help people find and benefit from it. Theo recently rolled his ankle and has been in a lot of additional pain and suffering since. He produces an amazing and crucial program with We the Unhoused. We at IPR wish him fast healing, swift resources, and safety where he is on the West Coast. We'd like to ask you to support Mr. Henderson in producing We the Unhoused by sending donations to patreon.com/We the Unhoused and by sharing his links with everyone you know. Listen to all his episodes and keep tuning in because the story keeps coming on. In Mr. Henderson's words, may we meet again in the light of understanding. I may or may not have mentioned recently, I love the USDAC. The U.S. Department of Arts and Culture is not a government agency. From their WHO page, the U.S. Department of Arts and Culture is a people-powered department, a grassroots action network inciting creativity and social imagination to shape a culture of empathy, equity, and belonging. You can find that page at usdac.us/about. Here's a bit of the email they sent me last week. How do we connect, organize, and deepen community amidst the necessary public health practice of social distancing? How do we combat the spread of isolation, othering, and fear? How do we increase solidarity, mutuality, and community care at this time of social emergency and use what we learn toward making systemic change? One way we can do this is by hosting space for community dialogue, reflection, and meaning making, and movement building online. The USDAC is partnering with the Poor People's Campaign to host our 6th annual People's State of the Union, PSOTU, from March 20th to April 20th. The core element of a People's State of the Union event is a story circle, a powerful and democratic mode of surfacing individual and collective wisdom. These events usually take place in person, in living rooms, theaters, community centers, classrooms. But because of the health risks associated with large public gatherings, especially for the most vulnerable folks in our communities, we are calling on our network to host all story circles online this year. Learn more about the People's State of the Union at usdac.us/PSOTU. If you have questions about online story circles, we are including frequently asked questions link that was in their email to us in our episode notes. My name is Max Morris. I coordinate ongoing internet radio programming to connect and support survivors of severity who have been cut off from any assistance or community. We are producing an international public health art and advocacy project called Intuitive Public Radio. I'm interested to create more multimedia, especially storytelling and sharing opportunities to connect members of our communities who can't usually connect. I'm in Pittsburgh, and I'd love to get to know others working on projects like these and offer any support I can. If you are listening to the sound of my voice or reading this text, contact me privately by emailing max@intuitive.pub or visiting intuitive.social/hello/max. Like others in my network, I am severely disabled from experiences I survived before the coronavirus news started. This is another life-changing experience for all of us. I've been documenting measurable recovery and functions I regain when I prioritize connecting collaboratively in caring community. Resonance, kindness, and shared meaning have wondrous health effects. USDAC has been working to expand awareness and facilitation of story circles, an effort very close to our hearts at IPR. Intuitive Public Radio has sought to provide story circle context and opportunities to survivors who are not able to join real-time story circles and may not have a local community they can safely connect with. We have also sought to connect many other kinds of communities with the survivors who are members of our community, since many do not know these survivors even exist. Many of our members have been very sick or severely disabled for years or decades, isolated long-term, cut off from their localities and in-person events, and cut off from online real-time events too, by their health conditions and extreme circumstances. Recent events concerning coronavirus have affected them in profound and still too often invisible ways. If you know of any person or group compiling story circle resources for individuals who are not able to join real-time events or real-time internet meetings, I would love to know about it. We have been working passionately on this for a long time with hope that we will meet more people already working on it or wanting to work on it. If you're listening to our programming and would like to support us, please visit intuitive.community/donations for some ideas how. You can find our transcripts at intuitive.pub/text. Thank you for tuning in. Blessings. Max. Mo. That is me. Casimir de Wolf wrote March 17th, submissions needed for quarantine. We are looking for artwork and short written submissions about emergency issues and experiences during the coronavirus pandemic. We will be prioritizing submissions from members of marginalized communities who are at greater risk during the coronavirus pandemic and this period of social distancing, such as homeless individuals, sex workers, LGBTQIA+, disabled folks with chronic illness, mad, neurodivergent, psychiatrically disabled, Black and Indigenous people of color, people who use drugs, prisoners or former prisoners, immigrants, elders, old people. Let us know if you wish to be anonymous. Themes and issues we would like to include, other issues welcome, mutual aid networks during social distancing, experiences of high-risk individuals, what the pandemic reveals about various societal structures, capitalism, the state, the healthcare system, disability justice during the pandemic, prison abolition, abolition of ICE and concentration camps, racism and xenophobia during the pandemic. Email submissions to quaranzine.covid@gmail.com. That's QUARANZINE.COVID@gmail.com. Email submissions to quaranzine.covid@gmail.com by March 30th, 2020. Shooting for a quick turnaround on this. The link to Casimir DeWolf's Facebook post will be included in our episode notes. Here is a special set of headlines from Secretly Superheroic Intuitive Community Fermentation. How to access states of creative healing, build neurological function, and be most kind, patient, and resilient no matter what. How to cope when people you care about are dying. How to diffuse conflict and care for others in challenging community situations. How to most bravely care for your friends and colleagues when the worst is happening. How to build strong communities when strong communities are needed most. How to turn our suffering to strength. When in a coronavirus pandemic, you want each person to be able to express their needs and ask for help. Is this correct? If they can't and are more affected as a result, they can also be a greater transmission vector in their communities. Is this correct? If people in our communities have survived extreme circumstances that made it more physically dangerous to ask for help than to stay quiet, are we going to make sure they're legitimately most safe to ask for help? Or are we going to wait for their circumstances to deteriorate, then punish them for not behaving predictably in the way we prefer? People who are homeless, people who are in poverty, people with disabilities for which they have been unable to receive sufficient support, people at intersections of severe marginalization. What should they do if their experiences have shown them that asking for help will result in more harm? When you say to your community, what do you need? Do you want to receive true answers? Asking for a friend. This note is entitled A Plea by Azine Steenbergen, Sunday, March 22nd, 2020. She writes, "Can people please help me? I have posted this very often before, but here it goes again. I have been sick for almost 11 years. There are certain symptoms that mark end-stage Lyme disease. I have had them for a while. I don't know how long I will still live. I have surpassed the odds and my own predictions. But barring a miracle from God, this will of course not continue. I have dreams that are my sole reason to live. These dreams are only possible to be achieved through collaboration and most likely finding financial donors larger than any on my friends list. These dreams aren't solely for my own happiness. They are for the good of the world, like opening centers, or as Max calls them, medicinal B&Bs, places where multi-marginalized people can live and find some healing. Now, due to the entire current pandemic, more people seem to want to help each other than ever. So I am asking, can it finally be made a reality? My other dream is I want to get married and see the love of my life every day. I don't want to die without seeing them. It's why I held on through unimaginable difficulties. I have dreamt of someone like them my entire life and never thought it was possible, but now I know it is. Travel, which was already difficult due to accessibility and funding problems, seems even more of a problem now. It is beyond bearing on top of everything else I have to deal with. So much of my life has been spent in various forms of isolation because of getting sick, and before then being the only neurodivergent person I knew and not being accepted. I just don't want to die in isolation, not having fulfilled my life's mission. This is not just a rant or a request for funding. This is a plea to come together to create a travel plan that will be acted upon as soon as it is at all possible to act, and to find all needed resources beyond just funding to start creating centers where I am now, where my friends are now, and where I am going. Each of these links that we have read from today, you may find at the following web address, intuitive.pub/radio, where you can click on each one individually and support the people who are mentioned and who are reaching out with their voices and their words to you now. You can also find complete transcripts, or as complete as we've managed transcripts, by navigating to intuitive.pub/text. We have a list of podcast episodes that have been strengthening our resolve of late in the general vicinity of East IPR, though that is not where all of the podcasts come from. We are including them in our post and transcript for this episode, intuitive.pub/radio and intuitive.pub/text. Episodes 14 and 15 of We the Unhoused by Theo Henderson features extraordinary women and sheroes in the fight for housing. We're also including a link to the YouTube episode 15 promo. Find We the Unhoused by Theo Henderson at anchor.fm/We the Unhoused and at patreon.com/We the Unhoused. Here on the East Coast, we've been listening to Charles Eisenstein's podcast again. This latest episode, What is Political Bypass? Find more from Charles Eisenstein by navigating to charleseisenstein.org/podcasts. Scott Simpson produces an excellent podcast called Medical Error Interviews, and he interviews Jim Gottstein about Jim's book, The Zyprexa Papers, How Big Pharma Hid the Harm Its Medication Was Causing People. You can find out more by clicking through at intuitive.pub/radio, or you can go directly to Scott's website, remediescounseling.com. I've been continuing to listen to the Outsiders podcast produced by KNKX Radio. You can find episode 7 and all the other episodes by navigating to knkx.org/programs/outsiders. I would like to invite you to browse our updated Telegram channel directory, which is now a lot more like browsing a website than it ever has been before. You can browse to intuitive.community/telegram/view. This contains huge archives of survivor-led initiatives and knowledge-based content our members have compiled with their lives on the line. We're building a good community library for you. Please visit us and make gentle friends with those you meet along the way. P.S. My wondrous appreciation for everyone in Telegram Messenger development. You can find out more about Telegram by navigating to telegram.org. Thank you for creating something so beautifully usable for me and mine. I couldn't find anything else that worked than this. You are superheroes. Thank you to everyone for supporting one another and even being brave on behalf of one another at this astonishing time. Visit intuitive.pub/radio and intuitive.pub/text for links we've mentioned and collected. Support our work here at IPR by navigating to intuitive.community/donations. And you can listen to our 24/7 radio stream by visiting intuitive.pub/radio/stream.
I'm really excited to see what's happening with Intuitive and Intuitive Public Radio and Media. And I see great promise and potential in all we can do as we communicate, listen, do outreach, and find people who want to help others and improve their situation in collaboration and through a process of brainstorming and research and looking beyond what seems immediately possible to what can be created or invented. And this is very common in some parts of society and the economy, but it's missing in other parts, or not as common as it could be.
Between I have to and I can't, there is at least a third possibility. Perhaps we could call it I know how. We could call it known and trusted function. In the midst of I can't, to many of us, it seems clear why the can't. We know we can't, we say we can't, we struggle to achieve, but we fail predictably. In the midst of I have to, there's a tremendous amount of energy that goes into believing the opposite of what I can't proposes. Barest amount of broadcasting today. Are there any snippets we can get out on the air? Hello there. It's 17:55 in the evening, approaching the 55-second mark. Tuesday, March 31st, 2020. Terribly confronting challenges today, simultaneous to wondrous occurrences. With our gratitude to the USDAC, the U.S. Department of Arts and Culture, which is not a government agency, shared its prodigious materials on facilitating story circles. Since we at Intuitive Public Radio have been creating story circle access for people who couldn't get to the usual kinds of story circles, the passion sure matched up. We have launched our ongoing event to begin today, March 31st, in conjunction with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, the USDAC, and this 6th annual People's State of the Union. Our event begins March 31st and never stops. Whenever you hear or read this, we'd like to invite you to join us. You can find out more by visiting intuitive.pub/storycircle, and I hope you will. Any excuse we can muster to keep doing what we're doing, and reasons for joy. We have published the joint statement on COVID-19 and persons with psychosocial disabilities at anchor.fm/notes on refuge. And I'd like to include the same segment here at anchor.fm/intuitive as well. Please record your comments to share with us at anchor.fm/intuitive/message. We're interested to know more about your experiences. I am reading my highlighted excerpts from the joint statement on COVID-19 and persons with psychosocial disabilities, published by Tina Minkowitz on March 26, 2020 at madinamerica.com. Please find the whole text at this Mad in America link, which we've included in our episode notes at intuitive.pub/notes, intuitive.pub/radio, and intuitive.pub/text. Meanwhile, the community of people with lived experience of psychosocial disability or psychiatry has been connecting in all the ways we can, especially online, to provide peer support and share information. Our love, creativity, and solidarity are needed now more than ever and show us our strength in the midst of crisis. Regional and international organizations have come together in this global pandemic to issue a joint statement making recommendations to governments on how to respect and ensure the human rights of people with psychosocial disabilities who are among the groups that are more vulnerable to human rights violations, as well as infection with and severity of the illness. The Center for the Human Rights of Users and Survivors of Psychiatry has dedicated a webpage to this joint statement with downloadable versions in English and Spanish. Other translations will be added as available. The complete statement in English, composed jointly by the groups listed, is below. Tina Minkowitz. We persons with psychosocial disabilities from regional and international organizations across the world are concerned about the vulnerability of persons with psychosocial disabilities to COVID-19 infection and deaths. Persons with psychosocial disabilities refers to a historically discriminated and marginalized group that includes users and ex-users of psychiatry, victims, survivors of psychiatric violence, mad people, voice hearers, and people with psychosocial diversity. People with psychosocial disabilities may be at increased risk of contracting coronavirus as a result of their being placed and or deprived of their liberty in psychiatric units and institutions, social care institutions, vagrancy homes, unregulated and informal shelters, jails, prisons, and correctional facilities, where they are unable to exercise social distancing as per their will and preferences. The inherent risk of infection in these environments, exacerbated by their being overcrowded and unsanitary, and places where ill treatment tends to occur. Barriers in accessing health information, including lack of information in plain language and communication support. Barriers in implementing preventative hygiene measures due to poverty, unequal access to resources within households and homelessness. Mistreatment and abuse. Lack of social support networks and inclusive communities, and the systemic discrimination against persons with psychosocial disabilities, especially of women, children, older persons, LGBTQIA+ persons, Indigenous persons, persons of diverse race, color, descent, caste, national or ethnic origin, persons of different religious affiliations, persons with other disabilities, and other groups otherwise facing multiple and intersectional discrimination. People with psychosocial disabilities may also be at increased risk of developing more severe symptoms and dying due to poor nutrition, healthcare and sanitary conditions in psychiatric units and institutions, social care institutions, group homes, and prisons. Weakened immune systems due to poor nutrition, neglect, institutionalization, and homelessness, including in children and older persons with psychosocial disabilities. Long-term consequences of physical, psychological, and sexual violence and abuse, particularly against women with psychosocial disabilities. Reluctance to access the health system due to experiences of discrimination, dismissiveness, neglect, violence, and traumatization in that system. Underlying health conditions such as diabetes and hypertension caused or exacerbated by psychiatric drugs, often administered against people's will or under coerced consent, and barriers in accessing healthcare and lack of health insurance coverage. States have the responsibility under international law to respect and ensure the human rights of people with psychosocial disabilities on an equal basis with others. This responsibility is heightened during a national and global emergency, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The vulnerabilities highlighted during the pandemic as a result of structural discrimination, discriminatory legislation, and practices of exclusion and violence both in communities and in medical and social care settings must be taken into account and remedied both during the emergency and afterwards. We remind states that the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities requires states to abolish involuntary admissions and treatment in mental health settings and to release those detained and treated against their will under such regimes. This obligation is not suspended during the COVID-19 pandemic, as discriminatory detention is never justified, nor is the administration of mind-altering treatments against a person's will. We call on national and local governments to implement the following measures. Institutional settings. Drastically reduce the number of people in psychiatric units and institutions, and institute a moratorium on involuntary admissions. Ensure that no one is compelled to remain in such settings against their will, where they are at greater risk of infection, more severe illness, and death. Urgently implement sanitary and preventative measures to avoid infections in psychiatric units and institutions, social care institutions, and group homes, including environmental cleaning and disinfection, air circulation, regular hand hygiene, and free access to sanitary supplies such as soap, hand sanitizer, toilet paper, and paper towels. People should not have to go to a centralized place to get sanitary supplies. Staff must be required to comply with all sanitary and preventive measures. Stop the use of seclusion, restraints, non-consensual medication, and any restriction on using the lavatories in psychiatric units and institutions. In addition to being contrary to people's dignity and integrity, these practices inevitably generate unsanitary conditions and cause severe stress and physical deterioration, resulting in weakened immunity. Provide people in psychiatric units, institutions, and group homes with access to the latest information about COVID-19 and enable them to keep in touch with their friends and family. People should not be banned from leaving their rooms or having contact with the outside world as a way to prevent infections. While preventive measures to avoid infections from visitors are needed, blanket policies barring visitors are disproportional and can expose people to further abuse and neglect. Alternative means of keeping in contact, such as telephone and internet, must be allowed without restriction. Drastically reduce the population in jails, prisons, and correctional facilities, including by releasing those who are in pre-trial, imprisoned for nonviolent offenses, or scheduled to be released soon, including persons with psychosocial disabilities on an equal basis as others. Ensure in each and every case that people deprived of their liberty and those in congregate settings are tested in a timely manner, given their differential vulnerability, and that all such settings implement proper sanitary and preventive measures. When an outbreak occurs in an institutional setting, those affected must be moved to competent healthcare facilities, and the rest should be removed from the infectious environment. Any quarantine efforts must not result in persons being put into more restrictive environments, such as solitary confinement. Non-discrimination. Ensure that persons with psychosocial disabilities have equal access to testing, healthcare, and public information related to COVID-19. Quality healthcare should be provided to those infected without discrimination of any kind and regardless of health insurance coverage. Persons with psychosocial disabilities should not be diverted from mainstream hospitals to psychiatric units and institutions for treatment where healthcare for COVID-19 is often of a lower standard. Public restrictions based on public health and actions of law enforcement and security personnel must not discriminate in any way against persons with psychosocial disabilities. Psychiatric coercive measures must not be used as any part of the response to COVID-19. Human rights standards and mechanisms offering protection to persons deprived of their liberty and those in congregate settings, including those in psychiatric units and institutions, must remain in effect and not be reduced as part of emergency measures. No one should be compelled to take psychiatric drugs or other treatments that inflict suffering and that compromise their health or immune systems. Compulsory treatment orders must be lifted and no new ones introduced as required by international law. Ensure persons with psychosocial disabilities are not discriminated against in accessing the temporary measures implemented by governments to ensure the continuity of services during the COVID-19 outbreak, including education and social protection programs. Community support. Ensure continued access to support for people experiencing distress or unusual states of consciousness during the COVID-19 outbreak, including through call-in and online psychosocial support and peer support based on respect for individual will and preferences. Step up efforts to develop a wide range of community-based services that respond to the needs of persons with psychosocial disabilities and respect people's autonomy, choices, dignity, and privacy, including peer support and other alternatives to conventional mental health services. guarantee voluntary access to psychiatric drugs during the COVID-19 outbreak for those who want them, and offer support to anyone who wants to come off their medication or experience home-based withdrawal. Prepare and encourage communities to be supportive of one another in an inclusive way, including of persons with psychosocial disabilities during the COVID-19 outbreak. This is especially important since mandatory quarantine, home confinement, and information overload may result in heightened states of distress. Provide practical support, such as support with obtaining food and supplies for people with psychosocial disabilities who may be unable to leave their homes due to quarantine or experience difficulty with leaving home during this period of heightened concerns about contamination. Consider flexible mechanisms to authorize people with psychosocial disabilities to be able to leave their homes during mandatory quarantines for short periods and in a safe way when they experience particular difficulty with home confinement. Adopt additional financial measures to support people with psychosocial disabilities who may need to self-isolate during the COVID-19 outbreak, particularly those who live in poverty or are unemployed or self-employed. Encourage media to report responsibly and accurately about the COVID-19 outbreak and the general population to exercise critical thinking and judgment when reading and sharing information on social media platforms. Vulnerable groups. Provide access to domestic violence information and services to support people, including children, experiencing abuse and violence at home. People with psychosocial disabilities of any age may experience increased risk of abuse and violence during home quarantine or home isolation. Conduct community outreach activities to identify and rescue persons with psychosocial disabilities deprived of their liberty or ill-treated at home or within communities, including by shackling and pasung, and provide adequate support to them in a manner that respects their human rights. Ensure access by homeless people, including those with psychosocial disabilities, to preventive measures against COVID-19 infection, such as access to well-supplied and clean sanitation facilities, as well as testing and treatment without discrimination and in a manner that respects their human rights. Governments must ensure that people with psychosocial disabilities who are homeless during the period of social isolation are not mistreated by authorities and provided with water, food, and shelter on equal basis with others. Guarantee the continued provision of harm reduction services such as needle and syringe programs and opioid substitution therapy to prevent the spread of COVID-19 among drug users. Participation. Consult and actively involve persons with psychosocial disabilities and their representative organizations in the state response to the COVID-19 outbreak. Involve persons with disabilities and their representative organizations in the independent monitoring of institutional settings. I've just read my highlighted excerpts from the Joint Statement on COVID-19 and Persons with Psychosocial Disabilities, published by Tina Minkowitz on March 26, 2020 at madinamerica.com. Please find the whole text at this Mad in America link, which we've included in our episode notes at intuitive.pub/notes, intuitive.pub/radio, and intuitive.pub/text. This is Max Morris with Intuitive Public Radio. I am broadcasting from unceded Haudenosaunee territory, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and planet Earth, with respect and love for our Indigenous peoples. Send me links and notes to raise on the air by emailing public@intuitive.pub. Send a note from our page at intuitive.pub/broadcast, or record a voice message at anchor.fm/intuitive/message. Contact me privately by emailing max@intuitive.pub or visiting intuitive.social/hello/max. Today is March 26th, 2020. These are our latest compiled links and excerpts, which you can find made of text you can click on by pointing your browser to intuitive.pub/radio. Find full transcripts at intuitive.pub/text. Please visit, explore, and support these efforts, communities, authors, and creators. Before we move on to the rest of our items, I want to call out for Theo Henderson, who produces We the Unhoused on Anchor FM and favorite podcast platforms everywhere, like Spotify and Apple Podcasts. In fact, would you please take a minute to help Theo out by favoriting and rating We the Unhoused on Apple Podcasts? It will really help people find and benefit from it. Theo recently rolled his ankle and has been in a lot of additional pain and suffering since. He produces an amazing and crucial program with We the Unhoused. We at IPR wish him fast healing, swift resources, and safety where he is on the West Coast. We'd like to ask you to support Mr. Henderson in producing We the Unhoused by sending donations to patreon.com/We the Unhoused and by sharing his links with everyone you know. Listen to all his episodes and keep tuning in because the story keeps coming on. In Mr. Heads, may we meet again in the light of understanding. I may or may not have mentioned recently, I love the USDAC. The US Department of Arts and Culture is not a government agency. From their WHO page, the US Department of Arts and Culture is a people-powered department, a grassroots action network inciting creativity and social imagination to shape a culture of empathy, equity, and belonging. You can find that page at usdac.us/about. Here's a bit of the email they sent me last week. How do we connect, organize, and deepen community amidst the necessary public health practice of social distancing? How do we combat the spread of isolation, othering, and fear? How do we increase solidarity, mutuality, and community care at this time of social emergency and use what we learn toward making systemic change?
Could you just give me a quick recap? Because I don't remember.
Yes, we have three things that we want to communicate to people. One is community. Do not make yourself the only point of contact for someone with constant needs. Share those needs with a community, and then you will not burn out and abandon them. And nobody will be too burdened. And nobody will feel as if they are a burden, which is good because nobody is a burden. Okay, point 2 is intuitive listening. Actually listen to people, reflect back to them what they have said, and check that you've understood it correctly. That means 1, you will be able to meet their actual needs, not the needs that you assume they have. And 2, you will help them rebuild their brains from after the trauma they've experienced. Okay, point 3, I'm not going to forget point 3. Point 3 is that people who don't have mainstream marketable capitalist skills have, because of their experiences, incredibly valuable information to contribute that is worth money, and they should be paid for it, not given charity, but paid for their valuable services. And those are the 3 things. Hi. Okay, you're currently invisible and also muted, so I think you need to unmute yourself. Hello?
Does consciousness influence quantum mechanics? Is the other way around.
Do you hear
quantum
this?
mechanics
I hear a man,
Oh,
or somebody who has a deep voice at any rate. Can't hear you. Hang on. You're not muted, I don't think. And there is sound, because I just heard some other sound.
Does quantum immortality
Hello! I can hear you now.
something? Having computer trouble. 1 moment.
That's all right. Ah, it's you.
Okay, can I hear you?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah,
That was totally traumatizing, that whole browser tabs. It turns out that my YouTube playlist has just been playing this whole time, and that's one of the reasons that my computer's been very slow.
oh no. I understand.
And that's so painful.
I'm sorry.
And it's so physically consequential.
Oh,
Hold on. And I didn't know.
oh no.
I had really enjoyable video tests earlier, and when you became available to chat, I didn't know how much of the process my brain would be up for, but then I found these questions, and all I have to do is ask a question.
Yay.
So
Fantastic.
I'm sorting myself out, and it's recording automatically, and the YouTube playlist is no longer playing.
Excellent. It's nice to see you. Honestly, I was feeling really unsocial when I got on Telegram, and now we're on here. I'm like, hi.
How are things going in your neck of the woods as regards the novel coronavirus?
Oh well, here in London, we're supposed to stay in unless we have to go out for something essential. So all the places like cafes and restaurants have shut, but the supermarkets and places like that are still open. Basically, everyone's staying inside as much as they can.
Are you rather more or less isolated than usual before?
I'm a little bit more isolated because I don't have to go to the shops every day. My usual practice was to go and buy food every day so that I wouldn't binge, but I've been having more food in the house at a time to not give people potential coronavirus, and I'm actually really enjoying not having to be among people for that little bit of time every day. So like, I'm fine. I feel guilty for being so fine because the entire world around me. Okay, backtracking for those who are possibly joining us. I don't like to socialize, so for me self-isolation is like Tuesday. And I feel kind of guilty because the world around me, like the neurotypical world, is suddenly desperate to connect and saying all the things that you've been saying all along about how like we desperately need to be in community. And I'm like, I'm fine. But obviously I do want everyone to get their needs met, and I'm delighted that people appear to be reaching out and meeting each other's needs, although it's kind of interesting that it took literally getting the entire population sick to do that. But isn't it? Anyone would think that bugs were useful eventually in very traumatic and eventual ways.
Can you correct me if I'm wrong? It seems to me that you have functional community resources that support you in certain reliable ways so that you can maintain a certain equilibrium without having to interrupt your isolation.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm using words in the right way about this, but maybe you are getting my gist and you can help me by making your words about it.
Yes, I do. I have a girlfriend and a best friend in America who are like the two people that I will talk to And so I'm not literally completely alone in terms of long distance interaction. I'm able-bodied, so if I want to do something for myself, I can just do it. And I'm semi-able-brained. I'm autistic. I have trouble holding down a proper job, but I can work from home to an extent. So I can make money through the capitalist money system to an extent. Go on.
Oh, sorry, my brain just crashed.
It's okay, take your time.
It seems to me that we have talked about the ways in which your experiences have often been a bridge between the kinds of people who can do some able-bodied things and can move in groups of people in certain ways. No, my brain is totally crashing. I'm just going to abandon it. Goodbye. Goodbye the thought that I had. It wouldn't occupy my brain.
That's
but
okay.
I had questions, like, for the reason of not having to operate the brain.
Okay. That's very sensible.
I was trying to say something useful about when people don't talk about it, what is it they're not talking about? And when people do talk about it, isn't it weird how they're missing people who have been trying to raise information and awareness about all of these things? So like now there are a lot of people talking about the coronavirus in terms of the need for community and all of that. But they're still missing the people who have been talking about it because their lives are at the point of, well, I'm thinking of bladed weapons, but I don't want to get detailed. It's a terrible experience to be forced to talk about it all the time. And now it is a much greater subject of conversation for a lot more people because of the coronavirus. Our need to be helping one another and our need to have certain ways of getting reliable social needs or physical survival needs met. That even though there's all of this new talk going on about it, they seem to be inventing it from nothing. And in the meantime, there are people with real solutions whose situations are really extreme and they're not getting through anywhere. They're not being connected anywhere. So there was something about what you were saying in the last few minutes of me rambling that brought that up for me. And it was good practice. It was good practice to say the words. Good thing my other Wi-Fi is off. EMF.
Oh.
What do you think of all that?
Well, I think you're right.
Did I communicate?
You communicated brilliantly, yes. Yes, I think you're right. I think there's some unintentional disableism going on here in that the efforts that are currently happening are mostly directed at abled people and sort of sweet elderly people who are just old, rather than people who've been disabled all along.
It seems that, no, my brain just crashed again. I wonder if it's the EMF overexposure. It feels like it's the EMF a lot of the time. It feels like, aha, I've spent too long leaning my head into the EMF field of the Wi-Fi signal that is broadcasting this video, and it like goes, and everything's gone. I'm like, ow, that hurts and that hurts. But it's predictable.
You know, you have a big field of, there's a lot of space in the frame that you're in on the camera.
So you could, please continue.
You could move a couple of feet further away from the window and still be visible.
Do you mean toward the computer or?
When you were talking about EMF, it seemed like it was on the window side of you from like your movements.
It's coming from here.
Oh, I see. Okay, never mind that then.
there are power lines. However, this is the biggest difference though. The computer with the Wi-Fi, and then I often have to double or triple check that I've turned off the Wi-Fi on the, there's a phone device here. And also this phone device, like it got a software update and now it has additional radios on that are not turned off when I turn off the Wi-Fi and the data and the 2G. So there was the 1G. I don't know why Twitter and Facebook and some other things are allowed to update if I've turned off all of the radios I can turn off. So I don't know what's going on there.
Probably they've paid some money to some people so they can do that.
It's a person. It's changing as a person and we're getting to know one another.
Oh, that's a lovely way of looking at it. That
Maybe
sounded overly...
EMF.
Yes, that sounded... I was sounding weird about that, but never mind.
I don't know where we were, but...
No, I know where we were. Okay, we were talking about the unintentional, and I do think it is unintentional and innocent, disablism of the coronavirus community.
I do agree that it's unintentional and innocent. Are those the words you used?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
I've been noticing that it's okay if it's because of coronavirus, I think is the message. So for instance, if last month I couldn't make enough money to feed myself because I'm autistic, I should work harder. If this month I can't make enough money to feed myself because of the coronavirus, somebody wants to help me. But actually it's secretly still because I'm autistic.
Thank you so much for getting on this call with me because I didn't know how it would go. But we have such a history with all this stuff that I'm feeling relaxed enough to laugh, to just like have my reactions to whatever and not worry that someone will take offense. Like either I'll share the recording or I won't share the recording. But the person that I'm talking to already knows like a whole bunch of stuff. See, neurons grew back from the last 2 times
neurons.
But I just some of this stuff is so funny, but it's horrible to call it funny. And I don't want to be laughing about it. And we have been going through some things without anyone noticing. And so, I mean, I guess we have public documentation that we did this stuff and that we were talking about these things and that we said, why doesn't anyone hear us? Why is no one responding? What's really going on here? And then coronavirus.
I really appreciate your coronavirus jazz hands. And I think
do I have jazz hands?
Yeah, you went like razzle dazzle style coronavirus. I can't do it because like there's no space, but yeah. But I think that you have the right to laugh about this because I think if you belong to an oppressed group, you have the right to laugh about
and
the
I better
experience.
Because my body will die if I don't learn how to laugh again in a way that is not. I'm so nervous, I'm terrorized for my life. I've actually been being tortured to death. Ha ha ha, that's really funny. That kind of laugh is very painful. Shared experience, shared meaning, health effects.
But we do have some basic principles here. I mean, one that I was communicating on the mutual aid group yesterday is burnout. In other words, do not make yourself the only point of contact for someone with constant needs.
Oh, that's so important. That's so important.
Thank you. Because what happens, no matter how much you care, you will eventually run out of the ability to help them. And if you've made yourself their only point of contact, that will eventually result in you abandoning them when they're dependent on you and leaving them to find another person to help them.
Well, that's why you need community that is interconnected and can communicate effectively with one another and are listening intuitively. Oh, I may have bullet points. They're just like they're seeds. All the green growth got burned away by death and destruction, but the seeds are here. So the more I belly laugh, which I've done a few times in this call, the more maybe I'll just be able to spit out those bullet points. And if I'm broadcasting radio, I'm talking to lots of people and I'm getting practice repeating things, which is a valid radio, real world skill, especially during the apocalypse.
Yes. So we have.
That was one basic principle that is amazing for having a radio. Are there more basic principles that you can think of?
Okay, well, we've said community rather than a single point of contact because of burnout. Now, you have just touched on intuitive listening. Now, intuitive listening is, well, it's two things. One, it's a way of meeting people's actual needs rather than the needs that we think they have.
Why would you want to do that?
I know, right? And two, it's a way of helping people rebuild their neurons after trauma or illness or traumatic illness, because when you listen to someone and reflect back to them what they have said, it helps them know what they're saying.
Yes, I just feel so much relief to hear someone saying that other than me.
See, that's a case in point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that's 2. What was the last one again?
Intuitive listening.
That's so important.
Yes, and 3 is that people who do not have mainstream marketable capitalist skills have, because of that, very valuable information to impart that they deserve to be paid money for, which will enable them to survive without being a burden on people who have more mainstream marketable capitalist skills.
An awesome morning show.
Yay!
I totally forgot what you said. Having skills, getting paid. What do we call in politics? They have words for this. Unappreciated or unpaid labor, the labor of women, the labor of prisoners, the labor of disabled people, the label of the label. I can't talk. Labels is an interesting part of that conversation that I will set aside for another time. You have been helping to organize this call so wonderfully, and while I will get off the line pretty momentarily, we seem to be right in the vicinity of an outro. Like what's the culmination of this conversation? Because I think we made a Welsh triad of something, and the third one means that the end of the episode is near. So could you just give me a quick recap? Because I don't remember.
Yes, we have 3 things that we want to communicate to people. One is community. Do not make yourself the only point of contact for someone with constant needs. Share those needs with a community, and then you will not burn out and abandon them. And nobody will be too burdened. And nobody will feel as if they are a burden, which is good because nobody is a burden. Okay, point 2 is intuitive listening. Actually listen to people, reflect back to them what they have said, and check that you've understood it correctly. That means 1, you will be able to meet their actual needs, not the needs that you assume they have. And 2, you will help them rebuild their brains from after the trauma they've experienced. Okay, point 3, I'm not going to forget point 3. Point 3 is that people who don't have mainstream marketable capitalist skills have, because of their experiences, incredibly valuable information to contribute that is worth money, and they should be paid for it, not given charity, but paid for their valuable services. And those are the 3 things.
I'm gonna go publish this.
All right.
Thank you.
You're very, very welcome.
See you soon.
See you soon.
I have this audio out there somewhere that it says, Megan, here is the intuitive public radio you needed. Let me know anytime you need help setting it up. I'm sorry it took so long. Love, Max.
Oh my gosh. Letter to your past self.
It was something like that. And I probably published it somewhere, but who
You did put
remembers?
a voice message out on the radio at some point that I couldn't work out how to access recently. So,
Oh, it wasn't recent.
okay.
It's probably come up again for me a number of times in the last like 2 years or something like that. But I would like to know, what's the first thing you ever remember about intuitive public radio?
I remember you kind of just made it because you'd lost your online business basically because of your illness. You'd lost your business, you'd lost your community, and you needed to find a new audience really urgently, not just for your own survival, but for the survival of your mission, for all the other people you wanted to help. So you just made this radio station and you were like, let's be on internet radio together. So there was this whole phase where we were getting used to broadcasting on Anchor, and I was for some reason my username on a lot of places was Joan of Bark at the time, so I was going by Joan of Bark on the radio.
Joan Meta in the morning. I have
Yes,
been watching this show called Community, and there are 2 characters in Community that start like a random fun broadcast, and that's the tune. It's their names, and I don't remember their names. I just remember Joan and Meta in the morning.
I'm so glad you did the jingle because I wanted to do it, but I knew that it would be tuneless if I did it. So yeah, and I can remember us broadcasting about complete nonsense like what we'd just eaten and what it was doing to our brains.
I'm pretty sure some of that audio was reclaimed from the evil SoundCloud platform that didn't want to give me my files back in an order that would allow my brain to recognize when they had ever happened.
Oh, wow.
They got really scrambled, but I did get a lot out of there, and I think that there were some of those tracks.
That would be an interesting listen.
It would be hilarious to go find them. And I might, but not right now. I was making some kind of faces or expressions while you were talking because the words you were making were completely new words for me since the last few deaths. It's terrible for me to keep saying that and never explaining it, but generally I say it and I don't explain it.
Do we want to explain it? Do you want me to? Yes.
Because your words were so good and very fresh for me in the state that I'm in. So maybe you can help me with this next part.
Okay, basically, when you have a health crash caused by usually appalling lack of getting your needs met, like not enough of the right food, not enough of any food, etc., you experience actual brain death to an extent. Your neurons get destroyed, so you forget things, you forget people you've connected with and how to reconnect with them again. You forget what you've said, you forget even like the kind of person that you were before all of the brain death happened. And so you then have to effectively resurrect yourself, rebuild yourself, find new friends because you've forgotten most of your friends,
Grow
back the neurons. Yeah.
Thank you. Those were great words.
You're welcome. So
I'm so grateful.
You're very welcome. So you're kind of like the Doctor. You will regenerate, but it'll be a different regeneration.
I think I have thought of that in some terrible moments. But they were really terrible moments, so I'm not going to think about them a whole lot. Just this moment. It must be terrible for him to go through that. Stop hitting things. It hurts. Don't hit things. Okay? Okay. Interacting with people. Interacting with people. Did you have a statement that you were finishing or a something? And I will wrap us up soon so that I can take care of myself, because when my movements get faster and it hurts more.
Yeah,
So
no,
I
I
have to
think
go
I was
practice
done.
my breathing in a few minutes.
Yeah, no, I think I was done. So if you want to wrap it up now or in a few minutes, that's fine.
Here is my last question.
Go on.
What do you think IPR should accomplish top priority?
Well, from what we've been saying, it would seem that we need to somehow get it into a normal people space.
Right, all
That
those
we
people
have
are so
information
bad.
that can help.
Yeah,
But that
maybe
also means
we need to get back on the line because this is where we started. At the beginning of this conversation, there are so many more people talking about this now, but they're still missing. And I mean, a lot of the time we're talking about us. They're missing what we made. But it's not just what we've made, it's all of these different wonderful efforts and initiatives that are going on all over the place that we've been trying to reach out and catalog and share with one another so we're not so alone. But it's so hard to reach one another when people who have had an easier time, I hate to say it, they've had terrible times, but easier, not being forced to say, I'm being tortured to death every day.
is easier, yes.
Yeah, it's easier. If we had their awareness, if we were in community together, these pockets of people doing amazing things would be able to reach each other. We can barely reach each other. So we've been working on this for a while. Disabled people, severely disabled people, lab rats, torture victims, survivors of severity. We've been doing some things, and I don't know what needs to happen, possibly me making sure that I can publish this video, but I would love your insight.
We probably need to, first of all, we actually need to write down in some form what it is that we can say to people to help them, because otherwise the possible bad scenario is that we get people coming to us saying, oh, you can help us, and we go
Well, one of the reasons that we made a radio is because when mold ate my brain in Texas, I could only communicate in the fully detailed, most complicated ways. And that has not really particularly changed.
functional radio body. Pretty exciting. I guess we better get this show on the road. It's amazing to realize that we are on the road, that we've been on the road, that we've been undergoing all of this already to such a great extent, more than we've been aware. Makes me feel less concerned about when are we going to get there.
There. Hi.
IPR West, this is IPR East. Come in, IPR West.
Testing. Good morning. It's still
So this is working, and I'm not producing some kind of strange sound problem. I can hear you. Well, I can check to see if it echoes, but I can put on earphones, but I really don't want to.
Oh, I can do the same if need be. I don't know if it's echoing from my end.
I'm gonna find out.
Okay.
I'm gonna find out. Let's see.
I'm up getting my coffee. Much needed. We are also joined by a cat. I don't know if he is sleeping though. Say hello, Utah. Say hi to Max.
Wow, I guess the sound is okay. Hey, kitty cat.
He's
I have not quite tracked when I accidentally produce sound phenomena and
Right.
when I do not. And sometimes it just works just fine. I don't need to use earphones. Blessings, blessings. IPR East has been a lot more than I'm going to remember. But at least Pittsburgh, IPR Pittsburgh, at least Team Human, who's in New York, and a whole lot of other places. IPR East, I have a bunch of compiled resources, but I need more names that I can say on the radio stream. IPR West, your own self. How would you introduce your own self?
How would I introduce my own self?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I have to make words?
No.
I'm terrible at describing myself.
You don't have to make words, in fact.
I'm awful at marketing. It's not marketing, but IPR West. Oh, I don't have words. I don't have enough coffee in my body to.
This is my friend Amy, who definitely needs coffee at this moment, understandably, because of all of the things that Amy does and keeps track of and is aware of and deals with and bears up under every day.
I did have a wonderful.
This is
What?
over here.
I see that. I was wondering.
I'm looking at you now, and I'm looking at the webcam now.
Well, and what's difficult for me, so my camera, I'm able to change the settings in Zoom and other applications, but on a Mac, there's no way to just access the camera settings. So this looks like it's over my right shoulder to you. It's actually over my left shoulder. So everything's flipped.
This is my, okay, wait, let's see. This is my right, and this is my left.
That looks right. So you have your camera set up, but I can't change the settings on this program. I just looked to see if I could flip it so it looks like I'm seeing what's actually behind me.
Technology.
This is not over here. It's technically over. Well, wait a minute. it's over here. I'm very confused.
Yeah, it's totally okay. IPR West also frequently appearing as part of IPR West is our friend Theo Harrison. Excuse me. I'm looking at a video. The camera's here. My brain is scrambled and I got his name wrong. I apologize. Also appearing as part of IPR West frequently is our friend Theo Henderson, who is, my brain is shorting out a lot because of all of the scrambling, but supporting Theo Henderson can happen by navigating to patreon.com/WeTheUnhoused. And We the Unhoused is on YouTube, and it's on Anchor FM, and it's on SoundCloud. So there are places to search for it.
And he is on Twitter. We the Unhoused is on Twitter. That's where I'm following him.
Yes, his handle has a number in it, but if you search for We the Unhoused,
yes,
there's something really brewing around all of this. I think that's the hugest understatement of ever. I am seeing people making articles about Theo and publishing things and saying, everyone come and support this project. It's important. And that's really good. That's really, really good. Oh, what happened? Did I hit a button?
No, I did.
Or did you hit a button?
I hit a button. I did a swipe on my computer, on the browser. If I swipe in the page, I end up going to the last page. If I swipe up here, which is what I was trying to do, I can go to Twitter and go find Theo. And I was going to come and drop that link in the chat.
I retweeted something. No, what I retweeted, I think, was that article. There was an article about his efforts, and it referred to another article about his efforts in a different place. And the more of those that happen, the better for me.
Yeah, he's great. I haven't had a chance to listen to the podcast. Huh?
You put the link in here.
For his Twitter, yeah.
Yeah, his Twitter account is twitter.com/TheoHen, TheoHen 95302259. My eyes work. Those characters are small.
They are.
We the Unhoused.
It comes up as We the Unhoused, so you can just search for that on Twitter as well.
Yeah. When I was going through those episodes, wow, I don't know how to talk about this. I don't know how to talk about all of the different ways in which I have felt weirdly detached from the reality of stuff that is really, really going on, because it's not the way people usually talk about that. It's something like, we knew it was really going on before and had already been through so much. And now a lot more people are becoming aware that it's going on in a way that there's media representation about, not ours, but other places, mainstream things. And that's producing a whole completely different experience of what, like, I guess people would talk about it as dissociativeness or something like that. This stuff is going on around us, and how real is this? How real is all of this experience? It's getting
Are you referring to houselessness? Or are you referring to the whole pandemic reality?
Sorry, what I'm referring to specifically, I brought up that context so that I could mention that while I was going through the episodes of We the Unhoused, and I'm going through physical extremity most of every day now. Still, I'm just now prioritizing well, it was my radio voice, but we have Intuitive Public TV now. So whatever we are, whatever this
is what we are.
So I'm prioritizing being able to communicate with you and others in these ways, but it's very physically extreme for me what is going down in our neighborhoods. And I was listening to episodes of Theo's podcast, never having heard before, I don't know, such an appropriate way to go about telling the truth and sharing with others. And the subject material is really real and intense, and it's happening now. But the way that his project has been coming together, I kept feeling like I had Netflix going on in the background and it was somebody's fiction. And that was so weird and messed up for me. And I'm still processing it, and I'm not even really sure how to talk about it, because I don't want it to sound like, oh, it wasn't really real, haha, flimsy kind of, I listen to things and no, I've been through these layers of awareness of terrible things going on that other people are just blocked off and won't communicate about. And that's massive numbers of people being harmed and massive numbers of people being in clenched denial. And while that's going on, the entire landscape is changing, and we have been working so intensively every moment of every day. We don't remember what we're doing from moment to moment basis, except for what we need to remember in order to continue doing those tasks. And we look back on, I don't know how long you and I have been part of this whole project at this point, because every moment of every day has been like this. But when you can look back on it and see that you documented so much more securely than it is anywhere else, I guess, and that it's not just you or me who is seeing something coming to fruition from all of that unremembered work.
Right.
But it's also the whole world around us is emergent with people who have been doing that kind of work. Dude,
it's like a quickening. It's a quickening. The pandemic has turned up the heat, and people are kind of paying more attention. My concern is that, there's this desire to quote unquote go back to normal. Everybody keeps saying things will go back to normal, and I'm like, I sure hope not.
That sounds like some hard-won denial to me.
and A, it won't, but B, it's like, normal was already producing so much suffering and so many deaths, and those deaths have been ramped up. I'm not saying, oh, this is a good thing, because now it's like, no, this is terrible.
Normal wasn't normal. That's
normal
what Douglas
was not normal.
talks about too. Douglas Rushkoff is talking about how we have this veneer of what we thought all our lives were.
Yep.
And the thin veneer, many of us for a very long time mistook for real or normal, and we defended it.
Yep.
And a lot of people are still defending it, but it wasn't real. It was propped up with these fake cardboard sets.
And
and people's lives and suffering, and people's lives. It was propped up with people's deaths and lives and suffering.
We can get a lot more graphic than that. Yeah.
Yep. So with that, can I share a conversation? I was up late, which I had not intended to do, because my dad called me at 10 o'clock last night, which is very unusual for him. So if I may share some of the things that we were on the phone for 2.5 hours.
You may absolutely share. I look forward all the time to getting to talk to you, and it's challenging. It has been challenging for us to do. And look, we made a radio.
We made a radio. You made a radio, and some of us came in and said, "This is a good idea. How can we support
this radio was not possible without all of the people who have been part of the radio, and a lot of them we can't name their names.
No, we can't. And
So
they're still
I want to say I made a radio, and I have been walking around a little saying I made a radio because, I mean, this Frankensteinian equipment here took a lot of effort and a lot of dying and convulsing while trying to put devices together. But it is a lot of people who themselves, in whatever small or larger way, made a radio. So if I ever say I made a radio, please, everyone else who has been involved with this, say at least to yourselves, I made a radio.
Well, I'd like to say
without everybody.
I can say I'm glad I got to get on this radio train. I feel very honored to have been a part of it and to continue to be a part of it as I am able, because life keeps sort of pulling me in different directions. But I'm not going away. I warned early on that sometimes I get involved with things and then I drop them entirely. I committed then, and I'm still committed to, no matter what gets thrown my way, to keep trying, to keep at it, to keep fulfilling that commitment as I can.
I think that
throwing things. Life keeps throwing a lot of things.
Life does sometimes things
get thrown.
Everybody from where they're at, I think what we are seeing more rapidly now is we're seeing that from where each person is at, there are resources that can connect that person to broadcast and publishing mechanisms that allow them to reach out and connect to real community, whatever that is for them, in a way that was never possible before, and most people still don't know anything about. It's accessible even for a huge number of people who have no idea that they could be speaking with large groups of people that really feel the way they feel, or that they could create income streams based on doing something that just really matters to them.
Yes.
The information about how to use tool sets like that has been so much more restricted than I understood. I did not understand how restricted that information was. And so I thought I was privileged before. and then I found out how restricted what I had been. I had felt like I was learning and thriving in public environments that were accessible to a huge number of people, and it was not what I thought it was. So it's so important for there to be some knowledge base of resources that connect people to media tool sets and advocacy tool sets and ways of communicating more effectively with one another, but also with larger organizations, with media organizations, with these greater media bodies that we all rely on in order to know ourselves and our communities. And so if some of us are brutally missing from representation in those greater media bodies, terrible things can be going on, and we have no idea that that's happening. So even when you are only able to be on Facebook, your intuitive public radio is broadcasting. You're sharing stuff where it's easiest for your brain to share stuff.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
the more people who are aware of how this kind of media infrastructure works and how we can be disability aids for one another by choosing to help one another as a regular everyday kind of thing, that matters to us enough to be one another's disability aids and quit disabling one another for real. If we do that, then if you need to stay on Facebook, or if you need to put something in a completely different format in order to give your brain a break, in order to do what you need to do, you and any other person, we can help one another make sure that broadcasts get amplified by being in community with one another in certain ways. And I'm seeing all of these amazing people and groups and video chats and digital gatherings, and a lot of people are using the digital conference methodology. I spent so much time developing a career that included info products and digital learning resources, and suddenly there's this massive renaissance of people discovering and starting to use those things. So the IPR question is, how do we get them most effectively to the people who are least likely to ever encounter them? And that we can take a systemic approach with that accomplishes a lot in a short amount of time. And a lot of people have no idea about that. That was a good, nourishing ramble.
It was a
That
good
felt
ramble.
good. How are you on time?
I'm still working on my second cup of coffee, so we're good.
Do you want to share any thoughts from the general West Coast US?
Well, I do want to share the conversation we were talking about, life going back to normal, quote unquote, how people want things to go back to normal. And I had this conversation with my dad last night, who called me very late, and albeit very drunk, because that's what he does at night, to self-medicate himself to the world, and the fact that he has to be the big man who makes the money, who supports the things, and he was raised that way. And I'm very aware of his drinking as a feature of coping that allows him in a way to keep going. Some people, their lives get devastated by drinking. My dad, it's a temporary, and albeit not as supportive as it could be, but it's how he's very sensitive, but he has to be the big man who's not sensitive and gets things done and tells people what to do, because he's a boss and an owner of his own business. So he can be a bit of a steamroller. He has been. When I go back to the way things were before a pandemic, and before his wife, my stepmother, got cancer, and now is going through chemo and radiation, and had breast cancer and had a mastectomy. So there's been some major changes for my dad. Life is normal is no longer normal. And in the past, he's been very, he once upon a time accused me of lying to Social Security, that I wasn't actually sick, that I was working, I was just lazy and working the system. So very devastating stuff for me over the years, of how he saw my predicament, my situation. And I think a lot of us who have invisible disabilities deal with that with the people around us. They don't believe us, they abandon us, they tell us how we should be doing things. They see us as lazy, they see us as lying. It's difficult, and that's a pretty common experience for all of us who've had some kind of life-changing, disabling, invisible illness. So, for many years, that made me quite suicidal. That made me quite depressed, because he wasn't the only one. It was everybody in my world. And he's gradually come on board. He's met with my doctor. He's has stepped up a lot more. So now we have a pandemic and forced to stay at home. And now he has a wife who's very sick, very acute illness and dealing with cancer. And normally when we're on the phone, my dad is ready to get off the phone. Like we have a maybe 20-minute conversation. And he's like, okay, gotta go, kiddo. Last night, he wouldn't let me off the phone for 2.5 hours. I really needed to go to sleep, but I was also like, well, my dad doesn't do this, so I'm going to stay here. And I know he's not going to remember this conversation today, and that's okay. When he's sober, he won't remember it, but I know it's in his brain now. He was able to acknowledge my journey. He was able to acknowledge what I have. He's like, with everything that's going on, he's like, I really want to say to you, I get it now. And then including his own getting older, he's almost 70, but he's still working. But his body is getting older. And of course he drinks, so his body is not as vibrant and strong as it used to be. And the things that he took for granted, his ability, all the things he ever took for granted, between his sick wife, his own aging, and a pandemic, has made him wake up to a lot of stuff.
Wow.
And he really acknowledged all of it on the phone last. I'm still integrating everything that he said. I'm still, there's a part of me that says I don't quite trust it yet, because I've been so hurt by his denial of my own situation and browbeating and insinuating that I'm lazy and that I'm lying and all this other stuff. And he has just done a complete 180 and laid it all out last night. So my whole point of bringing that up was about how we were talking about people wanting to go back to normal. And I'm hoping more people can be like my dad. I hope they don't have to drink to do it, but that the recognition, the seeing of not just their own lives, because, the normal was they had to sort of ignore houseless people, disabled people, they had to ignore, they would ignore race, they would ignore things like redlining and food deserts and all these things, of all the ways that the suffering of people propped up what was normal. And now all of those things are kind of like, it's this quickening. Everybody is seeing it more. And I really I pray all the time that this pandemic helps wake people up to, we can't go back to normal. There were already millions of deaths in normal and preventable deaths.
We are making normal.
It's time for a new normal.
Yeah.
It's time for a new normal.
Now
a community normal, a connected normal. And it's easier to connect now with people. Everybody is forced to stay at home like we have been for years. And they're forced to do what we're doing now, the tools that we've been putting together to be able to connect. And everybody's forced to use those tools now. You can't just go to work, or you can't just go to the doctor. You have to get on Zoom to talk to your doctor or your therapist, or anyway, which segues into my, well, if you have thoughts about my little ramble first.
Oh, I love your ramble. This is happening to so many people now, and the grace with which they are able to confront what has been going on for a long time, it seems to have a lot to do with whether they have people in their lives who are able to offer some kind of stabilizing reference point that is safe for them to connect to. Right. And many of us have experienced that as a lost art in the world, where we thought people knew how to do that. And a lot of people say they knew how to do that. Yeah. Nobody could find it when we all really, really needed it. It's like, what on earth? What is happening now, though, is that so many people who have been surviving their own terrible circumstances are finding expression points for projects that have been going on a long time while everybody's been dying. But then you notice this person say, I recovered from a life-threatening health condition, I was severely ill, or I had a terrible toxic injury it didn't look like I was going to come back from, or all the people with the rare stuff.
Right.
What does everybody call? Everybody calls it rare stuff. But when you look at the heterogeneous presentation of all of these different, really overlapping conditions.
Yes, very much.
The rare stuff. I don't even know what to say. I'm just laughing now. And
I know, right?
It's not a good habit to just start laughing and not. But it's
a cynical laughter.
Stop myself from doing under current traumatic circumstances.
Right.
Anyway, it's not rare. It's just we've been classifying things in the mainstream of the culture. Whatever. I mean, those are some words, I guess. In the mainstream of the culture, we've been classifying things in such a way as to believe that there are a zillion specific specialist categorizations and called them rare.
Right.
Except they're being caused by the same larger group and context, the poisoned environment.
Yes.
The unbalanced environment and the environment with psychosocial trauma everywhere in it.
And now everybody's experiencing it. Even if it's not making them physically ill yet, they are forced to stay at home in it.
I'm able to watch some of these like mainstreamy media streams that I was not able to watch before because they weren't talking about us or this,
right.
And it was horrifying, and I couldn't bear it because I believe that they are good people, that generally there are really good people making mainstream media, and how is it that they still fail to recognize some of this stuff? And it's really shocking. And then all of a sudden, they were being. They had to cover topics they I'm sure personally in their lives really wanted to cover topics that are very close to my heart. And so the coronavirus situation is a really interesting change agent of the landscape. The landscape is it's so completely different and so quickly.
Yep.
And if you're a person who has been writhing and screaming for days on end and being tortured to death, and something like this happens, you feel like you've been given a lot of gifts in some circumstances.
In some really weird, twisted ways.
But wow, there are gifts. There are a lot of gifts.
Yep. It's pretty wild. It's all pretty wild. And there's still a lot of change to happen, especially at the top, when it comes to politicians. And I find it really funny, all along they've been saying, we have to protect our most vulnerable. We're staying at home to protect our most vulnerable. And it was like, oh, suddenly my life matters to you?
They heard enough from where they needed to hear from. And it built up, and in their consciousness, they were able to verbalize it because enough people had offered it to them. It's really amazing how impossible it has been for certain people to reach people on other stratas of society or something like that, because many of those people who are unreachable by survivors of severity, they feel like they are very reachable. They feel like there's no big problem. They don't understand that there are people being created as a consequence of the way our culture has acculturated, that cannot, we have not been able to, generally cannot, because of severe neurological injury, because of many other kinds of severe disabilities. can't do something that somebody would consider basic,
Right.
because it's just so usual for them. And all of the tech companies and media companies build their tool sets to what is expected from, we would say, Evan would say disableist standpoint, and I would usually say ableist standpoint, because we have different meanings, different angles.
I like that though, disableist. I like that.
I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate the subtleties of talking about that. But when I didn't know, I didn't know, and my dad has been severely disabled for enough of my life now.
Yeah.
That I didn't know while I was being a professional in the use of many of those tool sets. It seemed blatant to me that they would be extended to people who needed them but couldn't reach them.
Right.
And that was borne up by, if I was not able to reach them and I asked to be able to reach them, a lot of the time I got a yes. And I didn't understand then, undergoing my super toxic black mold neurological damage that I didn't know about at the time, is that the reason that not just for that reason, but there are so many people who don't realize something like this, who don't realize that the reason you're getting a yes, or the reason you're succeeding, or the reason things are going well for you is not necessarily because of the things you think you are doing right.
Right.
It is very possibly because of a whole lot of embedded privilege that you have, that you're unaware of, or maybe the people around you are really stacked against you ever recognizing or admitting that thing. So it would never be safe for you to bring something like that up. So it would make you feel unsafe, and you'd be like, I want to steer away from that idea. But in the meantime, the idea you're steering away from involves people who could be helping everybody solve problems in amazing ways, who are instead being killed.
Yep.
Just like in the goriest apocalypse movies.
Yep.
And we're not even just talking about war.
Mm-mm.
We're talking about
normal,
unrecognized fraud and mismanagement and insufficient research done in policymaking and the regulation of environmental contaminants. Which, well, that was a long sentence. I should rest my face.
Oh.
How long have we been doing this? This is going quite well, and the echo went away.
Does it say? It doesn't let us know how long we've been on. I have no idea.
I thought it did.
It doesn't on my side. Oh, that's private chat.
On mine either. It must have been Zoom that does that. StreamYard doesn't do that.
I dropped that link for Twitter in our private chat. I just noticed there's a private chat versus live comments.
Oh yeah, I think if you put it in live comments, it may get piped to YouTube, possibly, but I haven't figured out how that works yet.
You know what? Live comments won't even pop up for me. Maybe I have to be signed in somehow, and I didn't really sign in. I just came and joined via the link.
You and I started talking just a minute or so after 1 o'clock Eastern time.
Okay. So a little bit after. We've been on about 40 minutes.
Wow. I'm going to go and do food tasks soon, although I don't need to go right this moment. This is all working better and better. I don't want to be shocked at what we've accomplished, but I have been feeling that way. Because to try and remember how we accomplished it is trying to access memories of terrible physical ongoing trauma. Right. And if I get a really big oigevalt when I try to just say, what do you mean we made a radio? Because we made a radio. Wow, we have archives and knowledge bases and community projects and lists, very helpful lists. We have so many broadcasts that have never made it to air, but have timestamps on them and are collected. We can go into any of these time periods where, for instance, I was a terrorized refugee from what I thought were safe communities.
Right.
All that stuff is broadcasts she was trying to make when she supposedly had access to those tool sets. But because of what happened in those communities and in most of the communities I'll just keep talking for a minute.
I'm on the radio. I'm live on. Thank you.
Oh gosh, sorry. They just told somebody we're on the radio. Amy, they, them. I've been pronouncing people a bit with my brain fatigue. Oh, I don't know where I was. Oh, right. So it's not just her. It's not just that person that I'm talking about who was me in Texas, who was me in other places. It's everybody who has connected to this set of projects with their own knowledge base in progress, their own broadcasts they want to make that are somewhere in development. And all of the people whose desire is for those broadcasts to be public so that they can represent themselves as part of a community that cares for them and would stand up for their right to just live peaceably. Those broadcasts can make it to air if any of those people want them to, and some of them, including me and previous me's, certainly do. But to realize how much content we have, and I don't know exactly what it means to have this equipment set up this way, but it's amazing that it's working because it's a little bit different every single time, but I am getting better at it. And Evan and I talked about being the person in the apocalypse who is the person who keeps the tech working, who has a smallish part in many apocalypse movies and is surrounded by old servers duct taped together and wires and doodads.
And they're the previously unappreciated sort of nerdy person in the basement or something. And yeah.
I've had such a fondness for that person. And now I'm that person. And a lot of us have had to become that person because you got to keep the tech working in a way that the companies that make the tech don't recognize people are having to do.
True.
I don't know. I don't know where we were. I actually thought that there was something else you were going to say. And then you asked me what I thought, and I may not have stopped talking since then.
Oh gosh, I don't even remember what I was going to say.
Sorry about that.
No sorry needed. I just realized I was about to ramble on to something else, and I was like, well, let's integrate all the things I just said first. And there's a lot to talk about, and I appreciate you continuing to hold this radio space. And I will keep. I would like to have more of these. This has been a really good conversation. And I would like to have more of them as it goes on.
My neurological functions being restored bit by bit. The more I use a lot of these are media tools that it was high priority in my life to be accustomed to because it was how I would make various kinds of income streams, is being familiar with broadcasting and publishing and media tools and community resource structures and stuff. And because of the way my particular terrible unrolling apocalypse went, I was neurologically injured in an extreme way, ongoing, at the same time as the media sets that were most of my brain neurons about communicating, about being a professional, about showing up in groups of people in public, about being acceptable to other people. That was taken away, and it was replaced by being programmed to be vulnerable to sex traffickers.
Right.
And while being neurologically poisoned by environmental contaminants and biotoxins, one cannot necessarily regrow the neurons other people think one should be able to regrow, especially while one is being harmed and everybody kind of looks away from it. So the brain that has needed a greater community or media body that would recognize allowing its vulnerable community members to go through such extreme suffering, that brain deprived of mirror neuron activity is getting a ton of mirror neuron activity, because even though I can't remember what I'm doing from split second to split second, most of the time I keep catching glimpses of us having content streams that look to me like it's supposed to look if we have a greater level of support from a larger community. And it's not just that we know people are there, but we can't reach them. It's that we know people are there and we can find out what's going on and we can talk to them and we have a means of energetic diplomacy with them and with other beings on or off planet. The ability to see ourselves as a greater media body and know that we will be prioritized is a huge deal. And I don't know if or who, if someone else is doing something quite like this, but I can't wait to find them and support them, whoever they are, if they are, because so many people, so many projects are emerging. Healthjusticecommons.org. I don't know if you saw that and sent it to me, or if, no, you sent the other thing to me. So I don't know how I found a lot of these things, but healthjusticecommons.org.
I've definitely looked at it, so it came up in my...
Anyway, it's just an example of a whole lot of
gosh, I haven't been here in a while, but yes.
We went to a meeting, a few members of Bridge Family Group and I went to the Health Justice Commons. I can't remember exactly what the name was. It was a solidarity meeting for radical healthcare workers and frontline.
Yes.
First of all, the way they're putting things together, I think key organizers are on the West Coast in California. I think I remember that correctly.
Oakland, I think in Oakland, is that right?
I think yes, Oakland, San Francisco. I appreciated that at the beginning of the meeting, they encouraged everyone, if they could, to answer their locations in the native territories. And I'm not as familiar with the native territories there, so I don't remember where it was, but I'm pretty sure it was that general area of California. That there were several key people involved with Health Justice Commons. This is an IPR West conversation, so I want to remember that.
Right. I haven't been here for a while, but I'm looking and I went to Who We Are and there Mordecai. I'm like, oh right, I remember. I wasn't the one. I got this from you. You didn't get these from me. But he's wonderful.
It's really amazing finally having visual and experiential evidence of all the people and efforts we knew must be there,
yes,
but we couldn't reach.
Yes.
That is really something. I need to go to food tasks. I don't want to, but
I also need to go. I have a full day of helping my friend get her food situation after massive surgery. And I've got other friends who you also are aware of who are helping with that task. So I have to go and clean her refrigerator, which is scary. So I need to go clean the refrigerator so that the food thing, there's food in there that's usable and there's stuff on the pantry that's usable. And that has to go to people who are ready to prepare the food. So I got to go and clean and pull that food together and give it to those who are going to do the preparation. So she has food and she can't use her hands really. She can't stir a pot. She can barely open the microwave to stick things in there after opening a can. So this is a way of making some fresh food for her that she can just open a container and eat.
I hope everything goes really well.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been. It's a little rough for her right now. She's got her dogs. Her dogs were being cared for, and the person caring for them is not a nice person and decided he didn't want to take care of the dogs anymore. So she's struggling, but there's a community. We're doing here. So that's what
More
IPR
and
West
more
is doing today. IPR West is doing what IPR is intended to do, which is to find community members to assist each other and help.
And any way that we could support her, that you find out and are permitted to report in public. IPR West check-ins.
Well, maybe I can get her on sometime. I've told her much about
She's
this.
very welcome. She's very, very welcome. I encourage, I probably don't say it enough. I encourage everyone to please invite people that you feel whose voices would be very resonant. Please introduce us so that we can organize a live stream. I think we're going to be live streaming almost every day, unless I'm too sick to live stream. But I mean, even if I'm too sick to live stream, I can set it up and get somebody on the line and let them talk.
Yeah.
And I can go take care of myself for 15 minutes and then come back and work some toggles. I know how to work some toggles. So please feel free to invite her.
Well, help me visualize that I can get her phone is too full. She can't afford to get a new phone. So one of the things I'm doing today is seeing if I can get all the stuff off her phone through my laptop into a flash drive.
Do we want to say your PayPal URL in case people want to send, since you won't name your friend because she hasn't been asked about her?
I haven't asked her yet. Exactly.
But if someone wants to support her through you, could they leave you a PayPal with a note?
So what I'm going to do is, because I'm not officially logged into this website right now, and I haven't even created an account yet. I'm not logged in, so I can only put messages into the private chat, but you're probably logged in and can copy and paste into the live comments, because I can do that.
I can do that.
Let me grab my...
Or wherever it goes anyway, we'll find out.
PayPal.
I think it goes to YouTube. I don't think it goes to Facebook, but
it's okay if it does. I'm pretty much, unless I specify, I am...
do you still have Intuitive Ink?
I still have Intuitive Ink, so I'm making sure that that comes up right. It says, sorry, no, that doesn't work. Why not?
Okay.
So I may have to give me just a minute. Let me sign into my PayPal, and then I can probably grab the link that way. And I hope it's okay that I still have Intuitive Ink. If I need to change that, I will. But
no, you need to have it. It's important that you have it.
Well, that PayPal. So others have given me money. Other disabled people recently gave me money to help my friend. We're all local. We've all met on the internet through Facebook. And other people have given me money through Intuitive Ink to help her buy things she needed for her home. So,
so it was working then.
It's doing its job. It is doing its job.
No, I went to Intuitive Ink. It didn't work.
Yeah, I know.
PayPal.me/Intuitive Ink isn't working right now.
I know, and I don't know why.
Okay, well, we will add to whatever next day's broadcast.
Share your
support of her once you find out what that is. Sorry, I took us on a troubleshooting.
No, I found it because it's not Intuitive Ink. It's just my name. Maybe I could change that handle at some point, but it's just my name. So
well, I can paste it, or it's all good. I do need to go get to food tasks, or I want to maintain my composure.
Okay, I understand. There's my.
Oh, what a great threat! Wow.
Let me just put this in here, and then we will go, because I am the same. I gotta go /.
Oh, it's wonderful to have it. Thank you for figuring it out. Okay, I got this here. So I should use this paypal.me/Amy Lilith?
Yes.
All right, I will put this in the comments. I think it's in the comments on YouTube, intuitive.pub/TV/Max, because that's where we're live right now.
Okay. But it's only, mine says private chat, so I don't know if anybody else can see that. Wherever it's live.
Private chat, only you and me and anyone using StreamYard as a guest can see the private chat. So anybody out there listening right now, literally.
Oh, okay. So
If
where
I
are
was
you?
not about to, I'm going to walk away. But if somebody wants to come and just talk while I make food in the other room, I'm actually not opposed to that. It would be a good experiment. Anyone who wanted to join us, up to 6 people or 6 guests, I'm not sure, would go to intuitive.pub/text. And at the top of that page, every time we start a broadcast, we put the StreamYard link. So anyone can click on that link and show up on camera with us now, here.
Cool.
And are invited to. My brain feels so much better in this environment. I thought I was in environments that were more sharing of their airtime. I don't know what foolishness that was, but I did think it. I thought it for a while, a while ago in my life. So that's here, and that's this, and we're doing it, and I'm proud of us.
Much, much love to you, Max. Enjoy your food. May your digestion be sweet and complete.
Thank you. Thank you for this IPR West and IPR East check-in.
Yes.
And listeners and viewers can find out more about both these portions of Intuitive Public Radio by navigating to intuitive.pub/radio/west and intuitive.pub/radio/east.
I want to point out something really funny real quick before I go.
Please do.
You see this bottle right here? It's been over my shoulder the whole time. There's a spray bottle.
Yeah.
That's my spray bottle of peroxide that now stays out all the time for spraying down groceries and grocery bags and my shoes before I come in if I've been out in the world.
A COVID era relic.
There's my part of my COVID arsenal right here.
An artifact of the apocalypse.
Oh, I'm touching my face. Oh no. All right.
Stay safe. Blessings, good fortune. I hope everything goes well, and give all our love to your friend.
I will.
Thank you.
Right. Blessings, Max. Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.